Check. Hey everyone, welcome in. Welcome to another day, another stream. We're opening up the monster so that the monster inside of me can be open. Here it is. Here it is, everyone. Here it is. Drinks up. All right. Now, we had some really important work today. I got a lot of work done. But really important. Let's also make sure we get some water here. Really important is that offline, last night, I ended stream early so that we could work on some really important stream settings. And I'm pretty sure I found the culprit. I'm pretty sure I found a problem that happened when I upgraded OBS to the latest version, that it checked some checkbox that wasn't checked before that dramatically impacted the amount of frames going to Twitch and made Twitch do some nasty things. Now, we're streaming to Twitch and YouTube today. No X, because I specifically wanted to test that right there. Now, I'm apologizing, Nutty, because I don't think I have first added to that screen. Maybe that is something I can add. But let me do this for you real quick. I'm gonna punch it for you real quick just to make sure ADEM is on, because we've been having all sorts of problems. Problems with ADEM, problems with the stream dropping frames, problems with all sorts of things. There it is. I know it says unknown user, but that's Nutty Banana, you guys. Thank you for being first, Nutty. I really appreciate having you here, so that I'm not just talking to the camera. There's at least two of us in the room here. Let's see here. Let me full screen the chat over here to make sure I can have the chat over here in full screen glory. And you know what? Someone pointed out yesterday, Nutty, something really, really cool, and I actually checked it out on the VOD. I want you to check this out, okay? I want you to check this out, okay? You see the reflection in the glasses here? Watch the reflection in the glasses. Okay. I want you to see if you can. Now, I'm not going to do this for very long. And then I'll go back into my little corner. But I want you to see if you can see the game. And I think this is really cool. I think this is pretty cool. This is a new addition to the stream that I think the glasses might be a permanent addition, you guys. You know, I was just wearing the glasses just because I was like, oh, I'm getting tired of the light being in my eye and that sort of thing. But you know, I think they might be a permanent addition. Hey Zen, welcome in. Guys, I think we have the problem with the stream solved, potentially. So, you know, as you can see, I don't even have to have the fancy overlay up anymore. You guys don't even need to see the game. You can just see my face full screen and then just look into the glasses. And you can see the game reflecting off the glasses. That's all you need. That's all you need right there. We got it all set up. I got it all figured out. Who needs $800 capture card that gets custom installed in your streaming rig and perfectly gives you, you know, Apple ProRes 422 or 1080 or 4K 60 with 10-bit color. Like, yeah, who needs that? Just wear sunglasses. Sheesh. It's so easy. If only we had thought of this before. Do you guys ever feel like you're playing piano keys this season? I feel like all the builds that I've played this season so far are what I'm calling piano key builds. Because the way Diablo 4 is balanced is all the really good skills have cooldowns that are 5 years long. And, you know, if you just stack enough cooldown reduction, then you can just spam all the cooldowns. Not checking out War Within? Nope. I played enough WoW, man. I played enough. I think I played somewhere in the realm of 30,000 to 50,000 hours of WoW. And you know what? That's not even that much compared to some people. But I'm kind of I'm good. I'm done. I've played enough WoW for one human being. For an entire lifetime, I do not need more WoW in my life. I mean, dude, you talk to some people and they're like, I've played every expansion, and every expansion I played, you know, like, now I played every expansion, and every expansion I played 10,000 hours. And you're like, you played over 200,000 hours of World of Warcraft? They're like, yeah. And they're like, oh my god. Oh my god, dude. And then you realize how long 200,000 hours is, and you realize they've played more World of Warcraft than they have done other things in their life, like sleeping or eating. They've played more World of Warcraft than sleeping and eating combined. They spent more time logged into the game than logged off. That's a lot. So here's what I need from you guys today, Zen, Nutty. If you guys are going to be sticking around for, especially at the very beginning of the stream here, I messed with a bunch of settings to try to optimize the stream as much as possible. And so far, cross your fingers, right? Cross your fingers and your toes. So far, it's going well. 0 drop frames, right? But yesterday I had 0 drop frames as well, and then it didn't go so well. The moment you see anything where you're like, ooh, some frames dropped there. Stream's not looking good. Stream's not looking crispy. I also messed around with my microphone settings. If my voice sounds weird today to you, compared to normal, and it sounds bad, please tell me. Please let me know. I want to know. Okay? This is your opportunity. This is your one opportunity to rip me apart and be like, "You suck, Echo," without offending me. No, I'm just kidding. You can tell me I suck anytime. But on the other hand, if everything sounds amazing, if everything looks amazing, in fact, if it looks better than it did before, I also need to know that too. Having good feedback from other people, not me, is super valuable right now. Because, and I'll tell you why it's very valuable. it's because some of the issues that I've been encountering with the stream are these very difficult to understand, intermittent, happen half of the time, not half of the other time, only happen to some people kind of problems. And dude, I've been streaming since 2009. You would think that I would know all this, and yet I still am encountering problems every once in a while, every blue moon. It's like stuff still happens. You're like, what? How? How? So I need to know, cause man, tracking some of these issues down, really rough, man. Really, really rough. Super rough. Everything's sounding good and looking good so far. Thank you, Zen. That's great feedback, man. Uh-oh. 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 Oh, man. We're dropping frames. We just dropped 500 frames. Twitch. I literally don't know what to do, man. You lagged in game? It was, well, I see it in my OBS as well. I'm gonna keep tabs on it. If it keeps lagging, then I know I have to end stream and go fix something. Oh my god, dude. Oh, I thought we had it. I thought we had it figured out. And then we just dropped 545 frames, which is 1% of all the frames that we've sent this stream so far. It's actually wild to me. I'm going to keep close tabs on it. Because what I'm hoping is that that's just a fluke. See, that's the hard thing about this, is that it's like, oh, well, you just dropped 545 frames, and then I might drop no frames for the rest of the stream. I don't know. I have no idea what's going to happen. It might be completely stable. It might be intermittently unstable. I might lose my whole internet connection. I don't know, man. This debugging these issues that have been happening lately, absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. So I'm just going to keep tabs on it. I'll tell you what isn't lagging, though. The YouTube stream. So I also have the YouTube stream up. And what I was able to do offline last night is I sat down and I actually watched the stream at the same time on Twitch and YouTube. I watched the VOD, and I found that the YouTube stream basically never ever lagged, while the Twitch stream would lag like crazy. Now, yesterday was like one of the worst times that it's ever lagged. But I noticed, and I have like clips of Twitch lagging and YouTube not lagging at all, which tells me that it specifically has something to do with the pipeline between Twitch's encoder, because Twitch is using a different encoder than what YouTube is using. I'm using HVEC or H.265 for YouTube, and I'm using H.264 for Twitch, because Twitch doesn't support H.265, right? So somewhere between the encoder and Twitch's ingest server, is where the problem exists. In other words, it's not my internet connection. My internet connection's great. My networking is perfect, actually. Although we did drop our internet connection in a completely separate problem. We did drop our internet connection yesterday as well. So you can see how fun this is. You can see how fun debugging this little issue is. So what I've observed about this this like Twitch buffering issue, is that on average I am dropping 3.7% of all the frames that I was streaming to Twitch, which is just enough frames where the stream is lagging too much to be, and it's lagging enough to be annoying, right? Now, if the stream, you know, in a 5 to 8 hour stream, if the stream drops, you know, 0.01% of frames, then like who cares? That's just like jitter. Stuff's gonna drop eventually. There's gonna be some frame drop in a stream that long. You're lucky if you don't have some kind of frame drop. You know, if you're at 3.7%, that's a lot. That's like 10, 20,000 frames. That's enough to be like really annoying. So we're hoping, the idea here, the hope, the dream, is that by the end of the stream today, because it's a Friday night and I'm gonna stay up late and we're gonna stream, we're gonna be a long stream today. The hope and the dream is that we stay at a very small number of dropped frames. I'm hoping for less than 0.1% total. Right now we are at 0.8% total. And it's going down. It's trending down because we dropped 545 frames kind of all at once back a little while back. So if it stays very, very stable for a while, then it's gonna drop. And so I have some ideas about what might have been causing that instability that we were seeing. I have some theories, and I made a ton of configuration changes to my OBS last night to try to solve all those problems. So let's cross the fingers, man, because man, this has been real. It's been really annoying to debug. It's been super, super annoying, let me tell you. Because what's really tough is like the stream has actually been doing really well. Stream's actually been doing really well. We've been getting like 30, 40 live, and then I'll get 30, 40 live, and then we'll just drop a gigatillion frames and nobody will want to watch anymore. So you're like, come on, man. The technology is holding us back. We're supposed to be Echo Hack. We're supposed to be one with the technology, not with one without. The technology gods are supposed to be on our side. Dude, come on, Ismail, die. There we go. Some elements look a little fuzzy. Sometimes it's hard to see the numbers of your buff icons and gain current courses. Text is quite fuzzy too. Also, live stream test of the corner at Cambox. Looks like a garble of lines too. I don't know if it's bitrate or what. It's definitely, it's two things. One, Twitch doesn't support H.265 or AV1 and bitrate, right? So a really, really stable bitrate will get you a clearer image. A higher bitrate will also get you a clearer image. You can only push like around 8K max to Twitch, and you can only push about 8K max to Twitch. And with YouTube, you can push like 24K H.265 and AV1. So actually, if you look over on the YouTube stream, you'll see the exact same stream in crispy, beautiful. It's 1440p. I don't have the capability to do AV1 encode at the moment, but yeah. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I guess what I'm saying is it's literally Twitch's fault. Imagine that. Oh baby, we're down to 0.0. We're down to 0.6. 0.6 drop frames. 545. Oh my god. Oh my god, guys, I think I solved it. Oh, please. Please be stable. Please be stable today. Not just today, but forever. Please be stable. And thank you for the feedback, Blood Drunk. That is super useful feedback. That is something that that's something that I did understand about Twitch, is Twitch, the way they use variable bitrate control. There's not a lot I can do about that besides, you know, throw my computer out a window and get a completely new stream setup or something. But oh, that's kind of nice. That's kind of nice. That's a nice piece right there. You wanna get the mana per second GA'd, and you wanna get life. You can roll int separately, so that's not bad right there. That's not bad right there. Yeah, it does look much better on YouTube. I told you. It is 100% Twitch's fault, man. There's not a lot I can do about that. Now here's the thing that's frustrating, is that Twitch has the better community. It has the better chat. It has the better emojis, raids, all that kind of stuff. So I'm like torn, man. I'm like, oh man, I really, really want to stream on YouTube for the quality, but I really want to stream on Twitch for the community. So I'm just doing both right now. Now, one major drawback, I do not have like a unified chat at the moment, so I can't even see the YouTube chat unless I like, you know, just cram it in somehow next to the Twitch chat, and that's really annoying. But I've heard rumors that the ATOM team is working on a unified chat kind of thing, and I will be using the living hell out of that as soon as that comes out. I'll be using that the moment that they announce anything about that. Anything about that, man. Why does this all suck? Let's go etheric mass. Oh man. Dude, it's actually wild how bad both YouTube and Twitch are dropping the ball on the streaming game. Either one of them could implement the other one's features and just literally take all the streamers tomorrow, right? If YouTube implemented raids, better chat emojis, an easier streaming interface, that sort of thing, if they upgraded how and they had like a streaming subsite that didn't like mix the regular videos together, if they had something like that, they would take over streaming tomorrow. It wouldn't, Twitch would be gone in 24 hours. I'm not even joking. They would just, because everybody knows that Twitch sucks when it comes to their streaming quality and like, dude, it's 2024 and we're still pushing H.264 8K kilobits per second. Are you effing serious? I was pushing that in 2014. Are you kidding me? We've gone nowhere on Twitch. But the community is so much better. The community features are a million times better. On the other hand, on YouTube, they have no raids. They have no community features. The way their donos work is like super cringe. They got nothing going on for them over there in terms of that. By the same token, if Twitch upgraded their ingest servers to allow you to do like AV1 and HVAC, holy crap, man. Again, within 24 hours. Oh, and have VODs that are worth a damn. Twitch VODs are awful. YouTube VODs are insanely good. The YouTube VOD system is very, very good. So if Twitch had just like way better VODs. The other thing I would love to see from Twitch that they don't have right now is a Twitch Studio app. Like, I don't know if you guys know, but if you're a creator on YouTube, there's a mobile app called YouTube Studio. And it basically is a dashboard app that has a rundown of how all of your videos are doing. Tells you how much money they're making, tells you how many views you're getting, lets you edit things, lets you publish things on the go, on the fly. I have published some of my biggest build guides that have gotten hundreds of thousands of views on YouTube on the go. Like I published it while I was at home, and then I was like, oh, this is gonna take like 4 hours. And then I went to the gym, and then while I was at the gym, I hit the publish button on my phone. That's actually crazy if you think about it. The fact that it works, like YouTube Studio works that way, it's actually crazy. So anyway, I was just responding to a text. I'm hosting a video game audio meetup. It's a private invite, so I'm sorry you guys aren't invited at PAX West. For folks who are like sound designers, composers, other people in the audio side of the game industry, here at PAX West next week. So I'm hosting that meetup, and I was just talking with my buddy, who I'm hosting it with, about some details about that. We've actually been planning. This is something that that we do every year. And we've been planning it out since like April. So the fact that we're this close and we're like, hey, are we good to go? It's like, yeah, planning a big meetup of people, and you want it to go really smoothly and all that kind of stuff. is can be it's a lot of work. Hey, gamer. Oh, you want to say hi to everybody, gamer waifu? You're zooming. She's zooming. She's zooming. Twitch will bleed even more money than they have if they increase their streaming quality limits. That's not what I'm saying. Like, AV1, so AV1, you can stream, so right now I'm streaming H.264 at 8K, right? AV1 at 8K, you can stream by 8K I mean 8K kilobits per second. 8,000 kilobits per second. You can stream the same bitrate, AV1, take up the same compute time on an ingest server, right? And have it shoot out 4K on the other end. Yeah. Yeah. You zooming, gamer wife? Did you want to say hello to everybody? We got Blood Drunk and Nutty in the chat. I don't think Supremo and Distro are here yet. And gamer wife was in a good mood. She just went zooming. She did a little zoom. She did a little Naruto ninja run there across the studio here. You want to say hello to people? Oh, that's not gamer waifu. Who's that? Who's that? I don't know what happened there, guys. I got hit in the back of the head with a club. What happened? We're back, though. I got knocked out there for a second. That was super worrying. Did someone break into my house? Aggravated assault. I gotta start paying attention to the game, or else we're not gonna get good ether from these. Oh, let me fix the camera. There we go. Camera's fixed. Spires, hordes. Let's go hordes. So, Nutty, you said you're struggling with the level 100 get good part of Diablo 4 now. What do you mean level 100 get good? Like, you are level 100 and now you need to get good at the game? Is that what you're struggling with? You're like trying to outfoot your character? Because I'd say the main shift in the game right now is tempers. If you don't have tempers on all of your gear, like, obviously you need to have all of the different pieces that are in the build guide. But the thing that a lot of people are missing right now is they look at the build guide and they kind of gloss over the tempers, and the tempers are some of the most important pieces of current meta Diablo 4 builds. That's just how it is. That's where it is. That's where it's at right now. So I'm level 100 and mostly level 15 glyphs, max res, max armor. I can barely run T4. Yeah, I would check your tempers, man. If your tempers aren't all correct and in order, then you're missing a lot of power. You need to have all your tempers. Tempers are an extraordinary source of power right now. Now, masterworking helps a lot, but what masterworking really helps with is the stuff that's already helping you a lot, and that's cooldown, that's cooldown and damage reduction. Just keep in mind, this, unlike PoE, actually PoE kind of makes more sense to me than this game sometimes. Because what you have to do in this game is you have to get damage reduction and cooldown, and then you have to masterwork damage reduction and cooldown to make the damage reduction and cooldown that you have more valuable, right? And this is just, keep in mind that the damage reduction, like, keep in mind the way the damage reduction equations and the cooldown equations work is that they're multiplicative with each other. So in other words, if you have one source of cooldown that is giving you 20% cooldown, that is more valuable than two sources of cooldown that are giving you 10% cooldown. That's a really important piece to understand. I see a lot of people going, oh, well, I don't have the 20% cooldown thing yet, but I do have these two different things that are giving me 10% cooldown, so that's almost as good, right? Nope. That is not almost as good. That is worth far less than the one source of 20% cooldown. That is really important to keep in mind. And the same equation gets applied to damage reduction as well. So whenever you're masterworking stuff, that's what you're aiming for, is damage reduction and cooldown. They are the most powerful stats in the entire game. And it's because this game's offense is balanced entirely around cooldown, and this game's defense is balanced entirely around damage reduction. I don't necessarily like it, but that's the way that it is. Now, I am really glad that they have resists and they have armor, because that gives you at least something to solve, right? You have a little bit of a puzzle to solve to kind of make your build complete, to get armor cap and to get res cap. But once you have armor and res cap, there's really nothing left to do except stack DR in terms of survivability, right? You just stack DR. That's it. That's the end. What I really am enjoying about PoE, and what I'm going to continue to enjoy about PoE, is that builds in PoE can have like 7 different layers of defense. So you have, first you have your elemental resists, then you have your chaos resist, which chaos resist is a lot harder to find than elemental resist. So the puzzle solving of your build is a lot longer. The puzzle solving phase of putting your build together in PoE is a little bit longer than in D4. But eventually you can get full max chaos resist as well in PoE. I actually don't know if there is an armor cap in PoE. I don't think there really is, but I know there's a soft sort of cap. But it's I think not really possible to really hit it. But then you have a really powerful stat called spell suppression. And spell suppression can make all of the spells that enemies cast do far less damage. And you can get that on gear. And then you can also get max resistance, which every point of max resist you get above the 75% normal cap is actually extraordinarily valuable as far as DR goes. And then you can get block, and you can get spell block. To the point that some builds can get like 90 to 95% block or spell block. And then there's wild, crazy builds in PoE that I have never built, me personally, because I've never been that deep into PoE, where you can make your character effectively invulnerable, and it usually involves some sort of combination of like some broken unique and mage blood and like some other crazy stuff that I don't even know about. You have to be, you have to be Zezorin to like understand that level of the game. You have to be one of those guys to be that. You have to be pretty deep into PoE to kind of like get that stuff. But I guess my point is like with enough work in PoE, you can become literally invulnerable, literally God. Literally. I was going to try out PoE, but seeing PoE 2 comes out in 3 months seems like it wouldn't be able to scratch the surface meaningfully. Hold that thought, Nudge. I'm going to be right back. Hold that thought. Hold that thought. I drank too much caffeine. All right, we're back, everybody. Hey, so I just saw that we dropped some more frames, and we even dropped some frames while we were AFK there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn the stream off briefly, and then I'm going to turn it back on with a couple of setting changes. And we're even dropping frames right this very moment. So refresh here in just a moment. Be right back. Right, I'm gonna cut this here. All right, check. We should be back. So what I did is I cut the bitrate down for Twitch. And hopefully that gives me a little bit more overhead and makes things a little bit more stable.
First.
There's Nutty with the first again. Dude, that is so frustrating. It's so frustrating because I had this...
Good to see you.
I had this really stable stream for the longest time. And then just the past week, it's been really bad for some reason. And I seemingly have changed nothing about my configuration that really matters. And on top of it, the YouTube stream seems to have none of these problems. So it's not my ISP. I promise you, it has nothing to do with my ISP. I promise you. It is literally Twitch's fault. I literally have a VOD. I have a side-by-side of a VOD where the Twitch stream is buffering and the YouTube stream is behaving perfectly. So yeah. Can the ISP selectively throttle traffic? I promise you it is not my ISP throttling traffic. I know for a fact that they do not. I know for a fact that they do not. Or do traffic shaping or anything like that. What I may need to try out, Nudge, so I did just swap some settings around, and hopefully that works. If that doesn't work, if we drop frames, so far so good right now. But if we start dropping frames again to Twitch, I have one other thing I can try. I can try a different software encoder, but I really don't want to do that. I want to use the hardware encoder if I can. Hey, Zero. Yeah, it is. It's pretty rainy here. That's for sure. So the interwebs, it seems to be... I changed a bunch of settings last night, and I was seeing some stability at the beginning of the stream, and then I started dropping a ton of frames. So I pulled the stream down. I changed some settings, and I'm crossing my fingers that these different settings is kind of what I needed for stability. So far we're at 0 frames dropped. Keep your fingers crossed, boys and girls, that everything goes well, because man, Twitch is just not being very kind to me, or my X264 encoder is not kind to me. You gonna break out the space heater tonight, Zero? Yeah, you're right, it doesn't feel like August. I like it though. By the way, Zero, I don't know if you noticed, but you can actually see the reflection of the game in my sunglasses. That's pretty cool. Are T9 and T10 hordes coming? Not that we know of. Someone said that in the chat. I forget who, but that's fake news. Someone said that in the chat like last week. That is nothing about that. Completely fake. I am convinced. So I'm convinced that Twitch changed something on their end with how their ingest servers work this week. I'm convinced of it. Because I've never had to swap my settings around this much. Dude, we're getting tons of Hellborn. Okay. Guys, this is the run. This is the run. Come on. Come on, baby. This is it. Over 1,000 ether. Let's go. Look at the mini map, you guys. Look at it. Look at the mini map. Oh my god. Give me some good options. Yes. Yes. Yes, yes. Good, good, good. Oof. Rob said it in his patch notes preview. Oh, you're talking about from the PTR? I mean, they changed a lot from the PTR, so it's really hard to say. I mean, I'll go ahead and tell you guys some stuff that I know from seeing screenshots and stuff that came out at Gamescom. So first of all, from one of the screenshots on the blog post, we know that there's torment levels coming in the expansion season 6. And it looks like Torment 1 is about level 50. Or Nightmare Dungeon 1. So the bar is pretty low, right? They're gonna make it so you can you can get Torment 1 like right away. If I had to guess, the Torments are going to go up to 6 to 8 or something like that. If I had to guess. Because, I mean, look at Infernal Hordes. Infernal Hordes T1 starts at about level 50. It goes up to level 200, which is T8. So just keep that in mind. So we got that coming. And then the Spiritborn gameplay preview showed us, they showed some little screens here and there that basically confirmed more or less that level 60 is going to be the character level cap instead of level 50. And then after that, we get Paragon levels. Now, what we don't know right now is how many Paragon levels are there. If you take the number of quote-unquote Paragon levels that are in the game right now, it's 50 levels of Paragon. So it's 50 levels times 4 of Paragon, right? Because you get 4 Paragon points per character level, right? So that's 200 Paragon levels. So I'm guessing it's the number of Paragon levels that are going to be in the expansion are at least 200. At least 200. So character level 60, Paragon level 200 plus. Could be higher. I don't think it'd be lower. I don't know why they would give you less Paragon points. That wouldn't make a lot of sense to me. And then if the Diablo 3 expansion is any sort of blueprint for how they do Diablo expansions, and I think it is, because all of these sound like it sounds like Diablo 3 to me, all of these changes that they're making. I would also guess that every class is going to get one new skill. I don't think a lot, because that's what happened in Reaper of Souls. Everybody got one new skill, and maybe a couple passive changes, like very minor, very minor changes to the skill trees and stuff, right? I imagine that we might get that. Now, all that said, that's kind of stuff that we can look at screenshots and go, oh yeah, I think we're getting this, I think we're getting that, or whatever. All that sounds great. It sounds like fun. I love the crap out of Diablo 3, so if they're gonna make this game more like Diablo 3, then that sounds good to me. What I'm more interested in is if they're gonna do anything beyond that. Are they gonna do anything beyond Torment level changes, more, like Paragon levels with some character levels, and like 1 or 2 skills for the characters? Are they gonna go... What I would love to see, and this is just me dreaming, I would love to see an endgame progression system, an Atlas of Worlds for Diablo 4. That's what I really want. And if they announce something like that, I'm gonna lose my mind. That's like... At the next campfire, my reaction will be like, oh yeah, character level 60. Okay, yeah. You'll see me nod my head. Oh yeah, the screenshots were right. The speculation was right. They announce, you're gonna have like 200, 300, 400 Paragon levels, maybe even 800. I don't know. I don't know how high it's gonna go. But if they announce that, then I'll be like, oh, okay, yeah, cool, nice. The speculation was right. That's good. That's really promising. That's gonna make the game better. You'll see me nodding my head like, yes, good things. Those are good things. And then, if they say something about like, then you're gonna get extra special points that allow you to change how the endgame systems work. You're going to be able to beef up Infernal Hordes. You're going to be able to take a special tree that you can either choose to beef up Infernal Hordes or Nightmare Dungeons or Dark Citadel or the Caressed Undercity or the blah, 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 blah. If they have that, I am going to flip this desk. I'm going to lose my absolute goddamn mind. We're gonna go nuts. We're gonna go insane. Because that's what this game needs to be really, really good. It needs that. Oh, also, if they announce a loot filter, I will also lose my mind. Yes, good point, Nutty. If we get a loot filter, that isn't also like... We've been asking for this. I don't think the team believes us. They think... I think the team believes that the game is fine without a loot filter. If we actually get a loot filter, I'm gonna be flipping tables, man. So those are kind of the things that are gonna make me flip the tables, right? Is like, if we get a loot filter, if we get... Sorry, Brem just like dropped the stupid fire tornadoes on me, and I almost died. Sheesh. Come on. There we go. So yeah, in-game progression tree, loot filters. And can they fix the freaking damage over time being way too strong? For God's sake, man. I can literally face tank these bosses except for the fire tornado and when Ismael instantly drops a meteor on me from orbit, and there's literally nothing I can do about it. It's like, it's not even fair. There's no telegraph. There's too much garbage on the ground for me to dodge it. Like, I can dodge it all day. There's no like learning I can do to make the fight against Ismael and Brem fair. Because they just drop the fire tornado and it moves in a random direction. And I just instantly take 90% of my health. And that's it. That's the fight. That's pretty lame. I gotta say, one thing I'm really excited about for PoE 2 that they talked about a lot is they said, hey, you know, these boss fights are going to be really, really, really hard, but we made sure that every single boss that has these mechanics were telegraphed all really super well, and that so all the fights feel fair. And I was like, okay, good, because that's one thing that D4 is lacking, is like the boss... Either I completely instantly kill the boss, or the boss will like do some effect that is not telegraphed, and in 0.1 milliseconds will drop a 100-0 attack on my face. PoE 2 has me hyped since it looks Souls-like. I think it will be Souls-like while you're leveling until you get to, I want to say, mid to late end game. And then it will start looking a little bit more like modern PoE. I do know they are changing. I did an interview with Jonathan last year at PAX. It's up on MAXROLL if you want to read it. And they're actually changing the way loot works in PoE 2. So PoE 2 has two ways of loot dropping. They have quant and qual. So quant makes more loot drop. Qual makes higher valued loot drop. And unfortunately, in PoE 1, having more loot drop is generally more valuable than having more valuable loot drop, if that makes sense. Because rarer tiers of loot aren't necessarily better. What you really want in PoE 1 is lots and lots of currency. Now there are rare tiers of currency and so on, but like if you can, it's generally more valuable to get more currency than it is to get far less currency but higher quality currency, right? And what Jonathan told me in his interview last year is he was saying, you know what? Instead of focusing so much on quant, we want PoE 2 loot to work based on qual. So they are rebalancing basically everything about how the game works in terms of itemization, such that you will want to have higher qual, right? And because you want to have higher qual, that does two things for you. One, it means that less loot is going to drop overall because you can't juice quants anymore. Or if you can juice quant, you can't really juice it very much. And two, the player wants to juice qual, so people are going to run more qual, in theory. So a loot filter will still be valuable in PoE 2, don't get me wrong, but you might not need it as much. Like in PoE 1, if you don't have a loot filter, you're screwed. You're screwed really badly. Higher qual akin to item level in D4. Sort of more like, you know how D4 has legendary items, mythic items, unique items, and mythic unique items? So in PoE 1, there is normal items that drop with higher quality, which is rare. There are rare items that can drop with rare mods on them, which is rarer than rare. There's unique, and then there's like 6 tiers of unique, with tier 0 uniques being the rarest, right? So there's like layers of rarity. And even among currency, right? Like a regal orb is far more valuable than a chaos orb, generally speaking, right? An exalt is far more valuable than a chaos orb. So it's a rarer currency, you could say, right? Or a higher quality currency. So in other words, if you think about the loot table and you're like, okay, this mob is gonna drop some piece of gear, and it rolls, and it's like, okay, this mob is gonna drop a higher quality piece of gear than normal. What kind of gear is it gonna drop? Oh, well, it looks like it's gonna drop a tier 3 unique, which is very good in general. And then it rolls on the tier 3 unique list of all the tier 3 uniques. Right. Right now, in PoE, it's actually not valuable to just get tier 3 uniques or whatever, right? Like, to get high tier uniques. Because uniques are actually not... not all uniques are super valuable, right? Now, some of them are, right? Like, some of them are really stupid broken, and you need them to make the Omega Giga builds. And they're really, really hard to find. But yeah, it's kind of like in D4, if increasing the quality of items dropped, let you find mythic uniques all the time, or items that are even better than mythic uniques, right? Imagine not finding a Shaco, but finding a Giga Shaco. The Giga Shaco. You thought 60% cooldown was good? This has negative 1000% cooldown. Your skills fire themselves constantly, 15 times a second, right? Like, you know, imagine whatever the rarest piece of gear is, right? They added a character to get around the flag. Oh. Thank you, Nutty, for taking care of that, man. I seriously don't know what I'd do without you, man. I have the nicest mods, you guys. I hear that Twitch other folks on Twitch that have mods, they're like, who are the worst people in chat? It's my mods. They're like, I'm not gonna say it. They're the worst people for a lot of people, and I have the best mods, the highest quality, the mythic unique mods. Oh my god, we got both Hellborn. We got both Hellborn. Since the dawn of message boards, mods have always been underappreciated. I mean, essentially that's why, like, Reddit is basically the world's repository of information now, beyond, you know, if you can't find something in Wikipedia per se, like, you'll find it on Reddit. And it's because there's, like, a team of 6 to 10 mods banning all of the pieces of crap and bots and junk that run by their subreddit. In previous light, I used to run IGN GameSpam forums. They would have never been successful without the mods. Yeah. I remember, was AC Friends a, was that an IGN board? I can't even remember. But back in the day, way back in the day, I'm dating myself here, I played Asheron's Call. I played the shit out of Asheron's Call. And there was a... Yeah, VN boards. Yeah. So I played Asheron's Call, and I got really, really involved with the VN boards. And AC Friends was a Asheron's Call board for Asheron's Call friends, thus AC Friends. But what's really funny is that it was so active that it turned into, like, the most active VN board at the time. It was like the most active board, and so people who had never played Asheron's Call would go and post on this board about literally anything and everything. And there's all sorts of good memes and in-jokes and stuff from those days. One of my favorites is put bread on it. You would, and the solution here this is the solution to any problem, essentially, is like, someone would talk about some drama on the board, and they would be like, man, I'm having this problem, boyfriend, girlfriend trouble, politics, whatever it is. And the solution was put bread on it. And there were literally people, part of the AC Friends board, who would take a picture in real life of them putting bread on the problem. And then that would solve the problem. So I actually even forget how that meme started, but that was a very popular one. So yeah, Zero, I was an avid user of the VN boards. I've even met some of those AC Friends people in real life. That's how avid of a user I was on those boards. It was like far beyond the days of even playing Ashrun's Call. It's like we had stopped playing Ashrun's Call years ago, and still we're on those boards. And then I would say we entered the Reddit era. After the VN boards died, we kind of entered the Reddit era. Everyone kind of moved over to Reddit, to different subreddits and stuff over there. And I kind of feel like Reddit's pretty dead now. And a lot of people have moved on from Reddit to, strangely enough, to Twitch and Discord. It's because, and I'll tell you why people have moved from forums to Reddit to Twitch and Discord. It's because when people want to connect with other people and they want to find out information, they don't just want an answer. They crave authenticity and realness in those answers, right? It's not just problem solving. There's a lot more to it, right? So people would rather dig through, someone's fully customized weird Discord server, get an authentic experience with, real people, or go on a video stream where there's someone who is a person that is a knowable, quantifiable factor, to interact with them, to try to find out some information, whatever it is, whatever that information is, whether that's drama or just chatting about a video game, or actually, like, generally what this stream is for you guys is something that is specialized in ARPGs, namely Diablo 4, Path of Exile, Last Epoch, generally speaking. I find that everything has moved over to those mediums because people crave authenticity. Yeah, I mean, it's the dead internet theory, except the internet has always been dying. A long time ago, there were BBSs. After BBSs, there were forums. After forums, there was Reddit. After Reddit, there is things like Discord and Twitch and YouTube and TikTok and so on. And after that, there will indeed be something else. There'll be something else after that. I've got Invig, so I should go fight the bosses ASAP. Discord will compete against Twitch someday. They already do. They already do. I don't think they directly compete per se, but what they compete for is people's time, attention, and authenticity. Although I'm not part of any Discord that has hot tub streams on it. That's only on my Twitch mobile app. Every time I open my Twitch mobile app, it's just hot tub streams. That experience is not replaced by Discord. There's no competition. I take it all back. What's that, gamer waifu? Oh, it'll be VR hot tub streams. Look at you guys. Gamer waifu says that Discord's gonna offer VR hot tub streams to compete with Twitch. Holy crap. Someone at Discord hire gamer waifu. She's gonna blow the whole industry wide open. Jesus Christ. VR died with the Lawnmower Man. I actually kind of agree with that sentiment, Zero. I call it the box on head problem. And, well, it's kind of self-explanatory, but the box on head problem is, it's a usability problem, right? The problem is nobody wants to do something that requires them to put a big box on their head. So if you're going to require, like, as the entry point to the conversation, hey, we have this really great experience for you. It's the best entertainment you've ever experienced, but you have to put a box on your head. I think that is a non-starter for most people, man. I think that's a non-starter. Okay, I'm gonna hopefully not jinx it by saying this. We are 36 minutes into the restart of the stream over on Twitch, and we have dropped 0 frames. One thing I've observed here, I'm like kind of keeping an eye on the frame count, and it's kind of bouncing all around because, you know, CBR is CBR. I think what's happening is if I push a higher frame amount, it's going over that 8500 amount, and then it makes the stream, it drops frames on the ingest server, and then it makes the stream throttle. So I seem to be avoiding that right now, because like right now it's like 6,400 kilobits per second. Yo, Jack Chance with the 39? 39 months. That's 3 years, you guys. That's over 3 years. Check. Oh my. My audio just dropped out. Jack, also, you just helped me confirm something. So thank you so much for the sub, man. Jack? Check. Dude, Jack, your sub was so epic that you broke my microphone. You broke my microphone. I've been having some stream troubles lately. Yeah. It looks like I might be honing in on a couple of the problems, but actually, Jack, that sub confirmed that I have solved one of the problems. My video is frozen? Wait, what? Really? I have no frames dropped on my end. I think that was on your end, Jack. I'm pretty sure that was on... I was cutting in and out? Well, the audio was. That's a separate problem. The video should have been fine. Okay, but I was having a lot of problems with my notifications. And it turns out Twitch, like this was on Twitch's side. I think there's like some problems with Twitch's side. So Twitch's like web validation token or like whatever was screwed up for my account. Hey, Funky. And so I reached out to both Adam. I reached out to Adam and Twitch support. Adam support was actually able to fix it for me. And they fixed my token and like reset how all of my alerts come across the wire, basically, through my API. And so what was happening is that basically like subs weren't popping up notifications. So your sub popped up the notification, which confirms that that problem is fixed. It confirms that it was fixed. So that is one problem down. That is a victory for us. That is a major victory, okay? Because of all the problems we've been having. Let's hit Hellfire. The other thing that's one of the other problems I've been encountering is Twitch, specifically Twitch, has been dropping frames on me. And I'm thinking that we've either solved the problem or we've narrowed the problem down, and I know what the problem is. We're 42 minutes into today's stream since I made some really critical configuration changes, and we're 0 frames dropped right now. So good, right? Hopefully we can keep that record going. 0 frames for the whole stream today. 0 frames dropped. Let's keep that going. I might actually restart my gaming computer after this. I feel like Diablo is like taking up a lot of CPU time. No? No? It seems fine, maybe. Yeah. Anyway. Technical troubles aside. What the?
Activating gift subscription.
What? Jack Chance, testing requires rigor. Dude, thank you so much. Throw in the gift sub at Micah. Thank you for the support, man. Oh my god. What is happening? What is this AMD thing? Why is that popping up? I never want that. What is that? the game's like, oh, your build's too OP. We gotta make the game harder for you, Gecko. We gotta make the game harder for you, bud. What? What is this AMD bullshit? I don't even see it. What is this? What is this? AMD Software Adrenaline Edition. Open this. Never. How do I turn this off forever? I never want this. How do I turn this off forever? In-game overlay? No. Web browser? No. System tray menu? No. Advertisements? Advertisements? Toast notification? No! No! Never! If I hit X, does that kill it, or is it minimized to the effing tray? Okay, I think it's officially dead. Okay, let's just...
Salutations.
Dude, what? Hey, Supremo. Okay. There we go. I think it's better. Am I being hacked in real time? Only by AMD? By AMD? What's going on? Well, what's going on is actually something you are highly invested in, Supremo. Jack Chance just confirmed that all of the things that I did to fix the ATOM alerts for subs were successful, and that problem is solved. That is fixed. That problem is 100% fixed. Jack Chance hit 39 months of subs on the channel as well. So that's what's going on. I may have also solved my and I say I may have also solved my bitrate problem. I might play around with the settings a little bit more, but I'm pretty sure that I've narrowed it down because we've dropped 0 frames so far. So yeah, yes, it means that sub events will now show up correctly. Start subbing. This is gonna sound weird, but don't sub until September. If you're waiting, because there's some sub deals that happen starting September 1st. I mean, I don't need your subs, you guys. I would rather have you here than have subs. That's more valuable to me. Your view is more valuable to me than your sub. Any money that we get will go into investment for the stream, though. If you guys don't know, I do run the stream like as a business. Like I have a business set up for it. So that money, I can't touch that money. I can't touch that money. Or I guess I could, but I'd have to like pay myself a salary or something out of it, and I don't do that. It 100% stays in the business of the stream. And so the only thing I can do with that money is buy stuff for the stream. That's all I can do with it. The hot tub fund? I mean, I guess technically that the only thing I could do with the money is either buy new streaming like lights or a computer or a hot tub. Yeah, that would be on that list, I guess. And it would be a business expense. It would be a business expense, I guess. Or yeah, like an IRL stream setup. Actually, I have a. If you guys know Cooters, I've raided Cooters a bunch of times in the past. She's a local Seattle streamer. She has done a lot of IRL streaming, and if I wanted to do some IRL streaming, I would need to. I would want to engage her and talk to her about her like IRL streaming rig. She has like a backpack for doing IRL streaming. I think it would be really fun to do some IRL streaming. So we're going to Japan this year. I think it'd be really fun to do some IRL streaming in Japan if I could get a good enough internet connection. Going to Japan again? I go to Japan all the time, man. In fact, I've been really considering, I mean, if I can work it out, one day kind of half living in Japan, half living here. It'd be really, really cool, I think, to live in Japan. My Japanese is okay. It's not, you know, I'm not exactly a scholar of the Japanese language, but my Japanese is okay. So I think I could definitely live there. I could get by, deal with the bureaucracy that is Japan. You know, not everything is sunshine and roses over there. Life is life, right? Like sometimes there's bullshit and bureaucracy and garbage in America, and well, even though Japan is a great place to live, they have bullshit and bureaucracy and garbage over there as well, you know, like there's some there's bad, in other words, you know, the grass is not always greener on the other side, right? Like life is life a little bit, no matter where you go, but I think you can mitigate that by living in different places if you can. You want a tour guide? Man, I don't even know if you really need a tour guide. You just need to book all the right places and not just do the Tokyo, Kyoto, Osaka loop. Can MAXROLL save up and buy a small Japanese town? Well, MAXROLL is pretty German. I think, as far as I'm aware, I'm the only MAXROLL member Oh no, I take that back. Itoka speaks Japanese somewhat. So if me and Itoka, you know, we would be the only MAXROLL members that would you know, live, that would be alive in Japan. I think everybody else would probably die from like the, you know, when the ward office asks them to please fax their gaijin torokusho to them, I think that would be the end for most people. Please fax us your gaijin torokusho. And they're like, what? Hey, Distro, welcome in. Does Frost augment stack with FW? I'd have to look into that. There's a lot of hugging going on in the chat. You mean off the beaten path? I mean, I don't really think you have to go off the beaten path, so to speak, to even experience all the cool stuff Japan has to offer. You just have to not go to like the tourist spots. Hold on, let me focus up on this fight so Brem doesn't fire tornado me with some stupid bullshit. Oh, of course Geleb has half of his life left. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Okay, he's stunned, he's stunned, he's stunned, he's stunned, he's stunned, he's stunned, he's not stunned, he teleported. He almost one-shot me with some stupid bullshit. Alright. And he's dead. Alright. That's the Geleb fight in a nutshell. A 3 GA ring, hang on. Massive stream stutter, did you lose frames? I did. I lost 547 frames. Thank you guys for letting me know. I appreciate that. Alright, let's see. Ouch. I don't know why that would ever be good. I don't know why that would ever be good. I get so few 3GA items that I'm just gonna keep it just for the hell of it, but I don't think that's even worth really keeping. It's gonna get crunched. So I am starting to suspect that the reason I'm dropping frames, and I don't even know why this would be the case, is because my hardware, my H.264 hardware encoder is not encoding very well. And that's why the bitrate is bouncing all over the place. So I'm going to, starting for tomorrow's stream, I'm not going to change it now because it seems relatively stable right now. But starting for tomorrow's stream, I'm actually going to set my encoder up for Twitch using a software encoder. So I'm gonna try a different encoder to see if that works better, because I think something happened on Twitch's side of things in this last week, like their ingest server changed or something. And whatever they changed does not like my encoder anymore. I think that's the problem. I specifically think that is the problem. Uninstalling Diablo 4 this weekend? I mean, go for it, man. I definitely think the way the game is right now, there's a lot to do for about 2, maybe 3 weeks in a season, and then you kind of min-max your character and you're kind of done. Unless you want to play all 5 classes, or unless you want to get like super rich in the game or something like we're doing here. I'm bored of ARPGs because I feel like you're fully item level 925. The grind gets boring. Well, Nudge, that's why you have to play PoE or Last Epoch. Feels like you should be able to target farm the item categories better. I actually don't want that. I think the developers determining how target farming works is, in the long run, pretty bad for the game. What I really, really want instead is I want an end game progression system so that you as the player can buff different endgame activities to do different things for you, and that those endgame activities and those buffs through that progression system let you kind of solve your own problem, right? And then people can have different builds that do different things, and they'll and both players will be able to have a different approach to the game and have the same success because they're trying to accomplish different things. Which is, by the way, Nudge, that's how PoE works. PoE has this thing called the Atlas of Worlds that lets you do exactly that. It lets you tailor your own end game. You customize exactly what you want to play and how you want to play it. Yeah, I really like the Atlas of Worlds because it does add a lot of player agency to the player. It lets you solve your own problem instead of the game developers determining for you what the most efficient thing should be by tweaking things. You know, actually, StarCraft 2 has this problem too, right? So the metagame of StarCraft 1, like StarCraft 1 more or less, hasn't been patched in over 20 years in terms of like balance patching. And I mean, StarCraft Remastered technically has like better frame rates and better turn rates and things like that, which makes certain kinds of micro more possible than it used to be in the old days. So that does have a metagame balancing effect on the game. But it's not like they went into the game and they said, wow, the Defiler, it's way too strong. You can make lurkers invulnerable under Dark Swarm. We need to nerf that. Right? They didn't do that. Whereas in StarCraft 2, that's exactly what they've done. And a lot of times, I feel like the result of that is that the metagame for StarCraft 2 never has time to evolve. Some of the metas just basically get shoved into the ground before they can even have time to evolve, right? And the way StarCraft gets balanced is through the map editor. So in other words, if someone's like, well, Zergs are killing people way too fast with this particular kind of build and rush, then what the competitive scene will do is they'll change all the maps so that those timings don't work anymore. And then the game is balanced again. So in other words, StarCraft has its own kind of end-game progression balancing system because they have maps and they can balance the game through maps. And Diablo, and namely PoE, has kind of the same solution to an end game, is that instead of the developers coming in and being like, the way to balance the game is to make, elites drop +1 more ether with this thing. Instead of doing that, what they do is they offer a progression tree to you. And they say, hey, you know what? You can make elites drop 1 more ether if you put a point into Infernal Hordes. But that does mean that you can't make Nightmare Dungeons better with that point. And there's all these other things in this tree that makes Nightmare Dungeons awesome if you want to play Nightmare Dungeons. Right? And then, if it turns out that, let's say, Nightmare Dungeons are way OP after, 3, 4, 5 seasons because the progression tree itself is way too broken, then it's really easy to go, instead of going into, the core of how Nightmare Dungeons works for everybody, it's really easy to go into the progression tree, change the progression tree itself, and then what happens is during the next season, players can make a response to the balance choice themselves. And they can decide, you know what? I think the devs dabbled a little bit too much here. And now I don't want to do Nightmare Dungeons anymore. And now I want to go do the next best thing by investing my points over here in, Infernal Hordes or whatever it is, right? And so in that way, the game is, it's still not wholly self-balancing, but the game can kind of balance itself, and it lowers, this is one of the most important pieces of having an end-game progression tree. It lowers the risk for the developers for making new features for the game. It makes it less risky for them to ship something new for the game. And I think if the people in charge of Diablo understood that they could make it less risky to ship new features faster to customers, if they understood that an end-game progression tree would enable them to do that, they would be working on an end-game progression tree yesterday. You know what I mean? But I don't think they understand that. I don't think they get it. And I think a lot of that is because the people in charge of Diablo haven't played PoE for 1,000 hours, and they specifically haven't studied the Atlas of Worlds and what it does for the game. I think if they did, if they sat down and they studied the shit out of the Atlas of Worlds for PoE, they would go, oh my god, I get it. I understand what this is doing for that game. The pit feels useless. Exactly. And there's no way to make it useful without the developers dabbling with the overall balance of the game and effectively making some other piece of the game useless and more or less like forcing you to do a different kind of piece of content, right? So I guess what I'm saying is like, you do have all these new pieces of content that are coming out in the expansion. You have the Kurast Underground, you have the Dark Citadel, you have all these new features that have this really high risk of being completely DOA, right? Be completely worthless or completely unfun. And then players might be forced into doing them because the game rewards you in certain ways for doing those pieces of content. And then because the game forces you to do those things, people think that the expansion is garbage and don't want to play the expansion. Or they sell less expansions or whatever. But if there's an end game progression tree instead, then let's say Dark Citadel is a piece of trash and nobody wants to play it. Well, then that's fine. That's actually completely fine. People will be upset about the Dark Citadel not being great, but then they can just go take their endgame progression points and put it into the Pit or Infernal Hordes or whatever and still have a really enjoyable season. And they won't feel like they got scammed for a whole season of the game. So like that's exactly what I'm saying, right? It's like it's such a brilliant feature. The Atlas of Worlds is such a brilliant feature because one, it gives the player progression in the end game. That's really, really valuable beyond just making your character stronger, you know, and necessarily making the game like faster and faster and faster and turning it into, you know, quadrillions of damage and making it Diablo 3. It's giving them that progression, but at the same time, it's also making the development work that your team is doing less risky. It's so good, man. It's super smart. It's omega smart. Hey, Magui, welcome in. Maybe you have info. Cursed Aura. Does it scale if you put points in the skill? My understanding is that Cursed Aura applies the points that you have in the skill, including the enchantments, as long as it doesn't stipulate on cast. And everything I looked at, I haven't looked at it that deeply, but everything I've looked at about the curses, I believe, are all lucky hit or on application effects and not on cast effects. So I think, and I'm not 100% certain on this, but I think everything works. I think every curse effect works. But if you do see something that maybe I'm missing something, but if you do see something with one of the curses that says on cast, that would not work. Sinjon, thank you for that follow. Welcome in. Is there any skill with the Necro that's on cast? I mean, there's lots of effects that are on cast with the Necro, yeah. Lots of on-cast procs. There's lots of effects and aspects that are like, when you cast X, Y happens. That's kind of what I'm talking about. A lot of 2 GAs there. Most say on hit or on lucky. On the skills themselves, yes, maybe, but like, let's see here. See if there's any. When explodes. Here's one. Here's a cast. Casting a conjuration skill. So in other words, the conjuration procs from Fractured Winterglass itself do not trigger this effect. You have to manually cast them yourself. That's what I'm talking about. And Necro does have a lot of these effects here where it says casting blah does blah. Casting X does Y. WTF is Gauntlet. Oh, yeah, Nutty. Gauntlet is... It's bad, man. So the Gauntlet, it's this, like, point system. And you run through it and you kill mobs and you get points for killing the mobs. And then there's shrines in there that will either give you more points while you kill the mobs or will reset the mobs. And then you try to get the most points that you can. There's a weekly leaderboard that resets every week, and they reset the dungeon every week. It sucks. It's not fun. I don't recommend it. It's not good at all. It's a really bad idea. I wish they didn't put it in the game. Ooh. That's actually interesting with the Ent GA. Does this have... No, it doesn't. Kind of feeling like I want to hit some bosses or Helltide or something. Let's go hit some Helltide until the world boss. What do you say, guys? They're bad challenge rifts? Yeah, they're bad challenge rifts. I actually think challenge rifts was more fun than Gauntlet. Because you could at least do the challenge rift once a week and get a decent reward. And then you kind of didn't have to touch it after that. It just kind of... You just kind of did your thing. So it was just a little fun every week. There wasn't really like a big reason to min-max it. But at least you could have fun doing it once per week. And some people did min-max it and had a lot of fun with it. I don't think challenge rifts was a very good feature either. Would you be mad if instead of getting a new unique or aspect that we got a Paragon board or a new glyph for a season? No. I would love to have a new Paragon board. I think the options currently in the game for Paragon boards are really bad. I think some of the Paragon boards you're basically forced to take, even though you really don't want to. Especially for some classes over others. I don't think there's a lot of choices that you can make with the current Paragon boards. I want to see more glyphs in the game. I especially want to see rarer glyphs. I want to see legendary glyphs. I want to see mythic. I want to see unique glyphs. And I want to see mythic unique glyphs. And I don't even think that the higher tiers of rarities of glyphs have to be crazy, crazy, crazy powerful to be valuable. Just because of how multiplier balance and stuff works in this game, right? Like, you could have a legendary or unique or mythic unique glyph have roughly double the range of some of the rare glyphs right now. And people would be like, that's the best thing that's the best glyph. You have to have that one. Right. And while we're talking about end game progression trees, right? If there's an end game progression tree that lets you buff nightmare dungeons, then one of the like end nodes of that end game progression tree would be something like, when doing nightmare dungeons, you have a massively increased chance to find unique glyphs, right? If that was a thing. I think that would be really cool. Hey, Grew Up, how you doing? I farmed Helltide for an hour on my alt, no recipe drops. You should be getting recipe drops. That's pretty odd. I'm ready to jump out. If this thing doesn't pop soon, I'm gonna have to jump out. Come on. Man, this thing needs to pop. Come on. There it goes. Sheesh, we got a lot of cinders out of that, huh? That was pretty good. We got another profane mine cage down here. Oh. You did Maiden for an hour? Maiden has some restrictions and she might not drop them. Yeah, you might need to grab them from caches or other mobs. Or nightmare dungeons or whatever. Maiden's kind of a special mob. You don't get like you don't get meter from her either. The threat from like threat meter, like her or any of her spawn mobs. So she's a bit odd in that sense. Well, fingers crossed, but my dropped frames right now is 0.2%. And that is at least a 10x improvement over the 3.7% that I was having previously. So if that continues to hold true for the stream, for the rest of the stream today, then think I have identified what the problem is, and I kind of have a really good holistic understanding of how we can specifically improve the bit rate and stuff on Twitch. So that's the main thing. So even though I know we're having a couple of stutters here and there, I know we are. Like, it's gonna happen. I do think I know potentially how to solve those and or make things a little bit smoother on the Twitch side of the house. Twitch just wants to make everything about my streaming life difficult compared to YouTube. What? You can't teleport down from there? What? Ah, come on. You got an email from Twitch for reporting the bot? Were they like, thanks for reporting them. Your report led to us banning the bot? Do they say stuff like that? If Necro had the ability to freeze things, would Bloodless Scream be useful? Not with the current meta, because with the current meta, tempering is generally more valuable for all those builds. And all the problems that Bloodless solves for you are things that you can solve elsewhere with less affix pressure, if that makes sense. So no. If the butcher spawns, drop the game's FPS to 5. You guys, there is this, I have to tell this story. This is really funny. In Ashran's Call, back in the day, they did their very first content patch for the game. It was called Air Length Island, and the big draw of Air Length, it was this island that basically this undead mage lady had taken over, and her essence was something that you could turn into this really OP sword for its time, called the Sword of Lost Light. Right? Well, they launched it, but even though the final dungeon was in the game, the content was not complete yet. So they launched it, but the content wasn't done. So what they did is they put this monster in front of the first door in the final dungeon called the Lag Beast. And what the Lag Beast did was it lagged you out and forced you out of the dungeon, basically. It like just dropped your internet connection, so you couldn't go further in the dungeon. Eventually they finished the content and they released it a little while later. But what they did is they kept the Lag Beast in there. They just removed the properties of the Lag Beast that made it lag people's connection. So that I always found that that was a really funny thing that they did, so that they could like finish the content. It was like a feature flag. Like feature flag development wasn't like invented yet at that point, at that stage in time. This is really funny. What if it also had an affix to cast darkness skills twice? What if it also had an affix to cast darkness skills twice? Let's see. What is a darkness skill? Well, Corpse Explosion being a darkness skill is pretty interesting. That makes Corpse Explosion with that kind of interesting, because then you're getting 2 corpse explosions at once. I'm not sure if that would even work. There are a lot of other things that cast Sever and Blight twice, and generally those are pretty valuable affixes to have. But would it be worth giving up your main hand and your offhand for that? It's really tough to say. Essentially, you're giving up 4 tempers, right? And so whatever you're putting on the item to make it balanced would have to be more valuable than the 4 tempers combined. So, is casting any darkness skill twice more valuable than 4 tempers? I would say maybe it's a little bit less valuable than 4 tempers. But it does help. It's not nothing. It's not nothing. Yeah, I think in general, if you had to ask me, I think in general the tempers that the tempers in the set items that add % chance to cast twice are a mistake, because what they do is they add a lot of projectiles to the screen, and that really hurts the viewability of the game, and it also adds a whole bunch of calculations to the game server. I kind of think that those things ultimately are kind of a problem for the game. In the grand scheme of things, I think those are a problem. So I kind of don't like that. I kind of don't like that. I'm trying to think what I would like. Oh, you know what I would like? I would like something like... Something like... Unstoppable enemies take 200% X damage. Or... Unstoppable enemies deal 100x you know, you have 100x DR against unstoppable enemies. Because one of the things that darkness or shadow-based necromancers can do really, really well is they can apply a million billion status effects. And if you have a build that is using that scythe, and you're going for like freezing and chilling enemies and all sorts of stuff, all you're really going to be doing is you're just going to be making enemies unstoppable all the time. You're not really going to be freezing enemies all the time, although you will be freezing enemies. You're more going to be just making a bunch of enemies unstoppable is what you're going to be doing, right? So I almost want to turn it into like a unstoppable thing where you're like forcing bosses and other mobs to become unstoppable by doing a lot of CC to them. That's what I kind of want it to be. That seems far better to me. And I want the reward for that behavior to either be, if an enemy is unstoppable, I do tons more damage to them, or if an enemy is unstoppable, they can't hurt me. That's what I want. Because then that one that makes Bloodless kind of makes sense. The name is Bloodless Scream, right? So Bloodless means, hey, I'm not really trying to do direct damage. I'm trying to do indirect damage by making enemies handicapped. You know, in this case, freezing, stunning, slowing, dazing, doing all those things to enemies. And then doing my damage in like these large bursts. And then that also gives me an alternate way of playing. And there's a bunch of aspects that, like Shared Misery, and forget which one. It's a utility aspect that's like a 50x multiplier that are based around like making enemies unstoppable and stuff, that you might be able to find some additional value, and you might be able to actually make a build around that, where you really like focus in on making enemies unstoppable and then just blowing them up. That'd be kind of cool, I think. And like I said, that would make Bloodless make sense, and then that would give Bloodless a whole bunch of value. That's kind of how I would add value to Bloodless, me personally. That's what I would do. I don't think just making Bloodless another blah 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 X multiplier blah 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 like does anything. Because there's already a million of those, right? Dude, I have so many cinders right now. We gotta spend these. Creeping Death or Exploiter? I don't even remember what Exploiter is, so probably not that one. I also don't think Creeping Death is very valuable either. I'm forgetting exactly what it does. I think both of those are not typical choices I put in builds. It's kind of funny, like, you test everything out in this game, but the things you really test out are the things that you play with for, like, you know, 400 hours or whatever, over and over and over and over and over and over again. That's just kind of the nature of how it works. So after a while, you test something out, and you know, you hit the training dummy with it a bunch of times, and you run it through a bunch of dungeons, but then, like, it doesn't work, so you don't use it. And so then you end up not knowing very much about it, because it's bad. Oh, sorry. You're talking about exploit in terms of unstoppable. In terms of this theoretical unstoppable. Yeah, I'm hyper theory crafting here. Yeah, I was talking about exploit. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. But I was only talking about that in like a very hypothetical sense. Like, maybe you could do some kind of build out of that, and that might be fun or interesting. Oh, and creeping has the psyker bonus as well. Yeah, I'm just forgetting the names of things. This is just what happens when you play a different class for a season. You're like, what does this other class do? I don't know, I forgot. I'll look it up later. And six minutes left, and I have all this crap to spend. Oh my god. I even missed the chests down there. I gotta move. We gotta move, boys. Holy crap. I'm really just here for the boss mats.
I need more time.
World boss in 10 minutes, yes. Thank you, thank you. Can you believe I haven't grabbed the waypoint up there for this character? Oh my god. Let's actually just go straight to the north, because we only have 5 minutes left. And let's hit the 5 mat chest location.
I need time to
Just kind of go straight there. See. Oh, there it is. Okay. I'll kind of try to solve anything else on the way, so we're out of time. So we should be able to grab the mysterious chest here too really easily. For boss mats. There's the 5 living steel.
I'm not ready.
Unfortunately, so like here's the weird thing about the profane mine cages. So the profane mine cages let you get more senders per kill basically, right? But you can't spawn more chests in the Helltide, right? The number of chests that you can get in the Helltide are static. Therefore, as long as you can farm enough senders without the profane mine cages and open all of the chests, you're actually farming boss mats at pretty much the same rate as someone who does have the profane mine cages. So that feels weird to me. So you actually can't increase the speed at which you're farming the boss mats. It's like a set value. Now you might make it a little easier, a little bit. You're making it more convenient by instantly blowing up the enemies at 130, you know, monster level 133 or whatever instead of 105. But all you're left with is just like time at the end of the Helltide that you don't know what to do with, or like you might be able to jump in a Helltide at 30 minutes instead of 60 minutes. So you can finish the Helltide quicker, but you can't really get more boss mats from it. And since Helltide is really the only good place to get boss mats in the game right now, your overall boss mat gain from other places in the game isn't super valuable. So it's kind of it kind of feels weird, I think, the way the profane mine cages work right now. I still like them in theory. I think what they're doing in theory is a good idea, but they've clearly not fully thought about it. All right, good night, Nutty. Thank you. I'm feeling stiff after this Helltide. We're gonna go to the world boss, and I'm gonna take a little stretch. Holy cats! Oh God, 40 seconds. Go, horse, go! What was that? What was that, horse? What was that? Horse. No. Bad horse. At least I got a 3GA amulet out of it. Yeah? 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ha ha! The chest disappeared, but I still got the goods. Thank you, Supremo. Oh. Stretch, man. Hey, we got some Esus, some more Esus, Esus and Esus. Got whatever that is. That's garbage. That's eh. Okay, what is this? That could be good. There's a... Bone Spear? Bone Spirits? That's useful for something. That's useful for something. That's going in the stash for later. Obviously not for this build. Super worthless for this build. 3 minutes, we're good. We're solid. Haha. Distro. Supremo beat you to it.
I need more time.
Oh, by the way, guys, we did do a giveaway in the Discord recently. It was for 1 month of Xbox Game Pass Ultimate. That giveaway is done. Gave that one out. Who won? I'd have to look. I think his name was Banished. Only 6 people entered, so pretty easy. Bourbon, sorry. Bourbon won. And he claimed the code, so. Yeah, it was in the Discord. I pinged the whole server. I like to do giveaways in the Discord because that's where the super dedicated folks like to hang out. If I have a whole bunch of stuff to give away, we'll do it on Twitch, though. If I have, like, a ton of stuff. But if I just have, like, a code here and there, we can do that stuff in Discord. Or if I have, like, coupon code stuff. You can't find it? I put it in the campfire chat in the Diablo 4 channel. If I start doing a ton of giveaways, I should just make a giveaways channel, but right now I don't have like a gigaton of codes to give away. Maybe I'll get some from PAX. We'll see. Want to give away a horse? I just found one wandering down the street. Micah, man, don't pick up random horses on the street. That doesn't sound safe, man. I just stand in this guy's damage? Yeah, I can.
I'm not ready yet.
And he's stunned.
I'm not ready yet. I need time.
And I think these world bosses are really cool, but besides the resiliency, making them big damage sponges, they're still kind of trivialized at in-game. I mean, they're only level 100, right? If you could make them level 200 and make them drop like tons more loot, that would be kind of cool. Okay. It is mega stretch time. I gotta stretch. Gotta stretch. Oh.
Goodbye.
What do we get? A couple boss mats. Couple boss mats. That's it. That's it. Wait. Come on. We gotta go finish this, you guys. This is so lolzy. The 20 Helltide commanders. It's super lolzy, you guys. Omega lolzy. Seven out of 20. Yeah, dude. Like, actually insane. I need to go find these events. The Helltide commanders are the big bosses that you can find in Helltide from some of the events. I just need to find one. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here's my last one. Oh, thank God. Here it is. Everything is done. And the game bugged, and there's still a thing here. Istil's begrudging ally. Only 83% of Achievos. Okay. Enter Kyovashad during open beta early access. Achieve level 20 during open beta early access. Kill a Shava during open beta early access. Abattoir of Zir. Red Cloaked Horror. Oh, I guess I didn't finish this. Or I did? Not started. Oh, that's right. I was out during the Lunar Awakening event. I wasn't playing the game at that time. What am I missing here? Complete 150 or higher of the pit. Complete 200 or higher of the pit. Has anyone ever cleared 200? I don't think anybody has. I don't think anybody's cleared 200. I'm missing one of the wildlife? A donkey. I gotta kill a donkey? Where can I kill a donkey? Jesus Christ. Why does the minimap say there's a path there? It's so weird.
I need time.
What? Where did the boss go? Hey! Get back here. I need your boss mats. It didn't drop any boss mats. Dang it. Why didn't you drop any boss mats? Well, that's dumb. I need boss mats. So I can kill the bosses and I can get the mythics.
I need time.
How else am I gonna get the mythics when I can't get the bosses? Oh no! Doomsayers are funny.
I'm not ready yet. I need time.
Alright guys, we have here the most difficult monster. The most difficult monster in all of Helltide is here. The number one in terms of HP, the number one in terms of damage dealt, the hardest in terms of mechanics, things you have to dodge that get thrown on the ground. There's a lot of stuff that gets thrown on the ground. You have to be really on top of your survivability cooldowns. Make sure that, you know, you're not getting one shot by this enemy, the maiden here. She also drops a lot of loot, right? So, like, this is a very difficult fight. And she's dead. Alright, there it is. As you can see, that fight was extraordinarily difficult.
I need time. I need time.
Of course, we're just gonna do it again. I know it's a lot to subject myself to this very, very extremely difficult part of the game, but someone's got to do it. Dude, there's actually too many things on the screen going on here. Please, please loot filter. God, loot filter, please. Please, for forever. Like, my game is actually lagging. The game is actually lagging.
I need time.
See, how are we doing on boss mats? Man, I need a lot of the eggs, huh? I should trade some of these Varshan mats in. Kill Varshan a few times. I don't know, man, like, I have all these. There just seems to be an imbalance in terms of how many red crystals you get versus how many eggs you get for Duriel. Dude, I literally can't even see the boss mats that she dropped. There's too much crap. Yeah, I think the frame issue, because I am still dropping, I'm dropping 10 times as less frames as I was before. So it's clearly improved, right? I'm like 0.3% frames instead of 3.7% frames dropped. So that's a massive improvement. So some of the settings I changed definitely improved things. But I think I need to improve it a little bit more to make this stream more buttery smooth. I think I'm going to switch over to the software encoder. I think the hardware encoder is screwing me. Also, I keep meaning to do this, but I feel like the game sound is still too loud. Still like tweaking all sorts of things. There we go. Still better. Much better. I think I want it even lower though. Try to go 4. Two GA wands. I'll drop another one. I got Banefuls to spare. Let's see what this wand is. Life restore. Eh. Dot armor. Eh. Oh, it's trash. Trashy trash. Trash, trash, trash. We're waiting on this. Ooh, 2 GA ring, 3 exquisite blood. Let's go. Okay. Eh. This is like this is so engaging gameplay, and unfortunately one of the best ways to get boss mats. It's so engaging that I'm sitting here like reading other stuff while I'm farming this boss. It's very useful. You know, I could like imagine being like a college student or something, and you're like, hey, I wanna farm some boss mats, and I wanna study some linear algebra at the same time. Pretty useful. Pretty useful. Just pretty useful here. Oh, this guy wants to full mooch. We're going full mooch now. He doesn't have a single baneful? Alright. Well, if he kills the mobs for me, then I'll just read my phone here. Want to play a game while studying? I mean, you're not really playing the game and just holding right click. RuneScape, yeah. Just sitting here, like, holding right click. AFK farming skills in RuneScape. That's more or less what we're doing here. Did she seriously drop a living steel? Are you serious right now? Lady. Don't drop a living steel. That's not what we need right now. There we go. Okay, all the items are reordering themselves. That's fun. We've got 2,000 senders. Okay, guys, throw one baneful down, please. Don't make business daddy over here pay for everything. Okay, fine. You don't want to pay one baneful. Jeez. No maiden for you. Good luck. Why am I studying linear algebra? I was giving a jocular example. I wasn't actually studying linear algebra. I did study linear algebra in college. Thankfully, those days are far behind me. I've experienced that pain and need not experience it again.
I need more time. I need time. I need time to prepare.
Hey, I want my boss mats.
I need time.
He didn't drop any boss mats. That's a scam.
I need time.
That Hellborn right there. That's the guy at the gas station asking if you can buy him a tank of gas. That's what that guy is. That's what he was. Full on scam man. Hey man, I don't have to go far. Can you buy me a tank of gas so I can get home? Oh yeah, it's only $20, man. Yeah, thanks. Oh yeah, but also, you know, like my grandma, she's in a wheelchair, and I need to buy her a pack of cigarettes and some skull, some dip. Oh, you got that for me? Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, my grandma's super gonna love that. Could you also get my grandma like some Funyuns and a hot dog and a slushie as well? Please. My grandma would love that. She super needs it. I just found a Lacrons on the ground. Oh. That's cool. That's kind of cool.
I need time.
I'm gonna lie, that's kind of cool. Dude, why have I opened some of these chests already? What? Did these stay already opened from the previous Helltide instance? What? That's a bug. What? Okay. Screw me. Screw my boss mats. Yeah, like, just screw me. Yeah, desert, or like a lot of times they'll be strategically positioned like 2 blocks away from the gas station. They're like, oh man, the gas station, it's right there. Can you help me push my car to the gas station and buy me some gas, man? I was traveling from Canada. That's why my car doesn't have a license plate on it at all. Oh man. I just need $100 so I can get home to Canada.
I need time to prepare that.
Just $100. Pick this whisper up real quick. It's really easy to do these. It's like five whispers. Hey, Hyde, how you doing? Woo! Thank God we still had some monster left. I need to go to Costco and just buy a pack of the stuff, man. I've been drinking Monster lately instead of coffee. I adjust my light so it's not so much in my face. Can't brain anymore? Alright, Desert. Have a good night, buddy. Well, let me adjust my light here. Let's change things. Oh yeah, it does. It actually looks better. Looks a little bit more of a dynamic shot. Still getting the reflections on the glasses and stuff? Okay, yeah, cool.
Moo.
Hey, Patrick. Good to see you, bud. Welcome in. Thinking about adjusting the music to be just a tad louder. You guys let me know what you think about this. I boosted it by the smallest touch. It's too loud, you let me know. I fell asleep on the couch right after you started. Well, the stream is just that chill, man. Off to real sleep. All right, get some real sleep. Dude, I did that. I did that earlier this week. I was so tired this week because I worked my ass off this week. I mean, I usually work my ass off, but I double worked my ass off this week. Yeah, there was just a day where I was like, I'm going to sleep. Again. I slept twice. That was the day I skipped stream. Was that Wednesday? I think it was Wednesday. I skipped stream. Because I was just so tired. Because I usually stream at 6. So I got finished with work and I was like, good night. Bye.
It is done.
I think this is all gonna be trash.
How can I help? I can break that down.
Chat. Okay. I need to pick up this freaking waypoint. I keep passing by it.
I need time to do that. I need time to I need time to I need time. I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready. I need time. I need time to do that.
No boss mats from the Blood Boy again. Damn. Super scam. Mega scammed.
I need more time. I need more time.
It's weird that some of these are already opened. I guess it carried the state over from the last one because it repeated the Helltide. Dude, that's super weird.
I need time to do that.
Didn't like properly reset the chests.
I need more time.
think that's basically... It's basically it. That's like all the chests. Okay. Let's hit like a major town like Kmart and do some mat trading and do some bossing and that sort of thing. And this really is better. This light is better when I like move it here on the side like this. It just looks more dynamic. Yeah? Don't you guys think it looks better? Because the light is like here instead of there. See, I can kind of move it this way too. Oh, there we go. Kind of like that angle a little better. But at least that's something that's easy to play around with, as opposed to Twitch encoding values. Jesus Christ. Let's do Varshawn. Let's go do Sean. Say hello to Sean. Hi, Sean. Meow? What you meowing at me for, gamer waifu? Two of our Sean sums. Just two. Ugh. Ugh. Oh. Hope for GA ring. I'm gonna go crunch all this. Might say yes to one of these staffs. It's got the +8 fireball, which is like the important one. And then we'll crunch all this. Ooh, boots. Essus? Better Essus, possibly? We get ourselves an Essus upgrade? Let's see. We got... Ooh, we got an Essus upgrade. Negative, it is not an upgrade. Still keeping it for somebody who might want it. It's a nice one. It's not bad. It rolled the crit, which is the most important. Affix. I can't brain anymore, apparently. Alrighty then. Let's go punch Zir in the mouth a couple times. Should be able to punch him a couple times in the mouth.
I need time to do that. I need more time.
Why can't you click on this while on a horse? That's so lame. That the hitbox for the area is like wrong. Hey, Pewter, how you doing, bud? Welcome, welcome. I think that's literally 2 kills that we can do on this guy. Well, 2 is 2. Go crunch all that. Don't need the penitence. You enjoying the Sork? Hell yeah, man. Sork is so fun right now. Really, really good right now. Crunch. All right. Let's go say hello to Greg a few times. Maybe we can get Greg to give us something. Refund your sub? I don't think you subbed, Open Looks. Also, I'm not even sure I can refund a sub. Can you even do that? Can the streamer even refund a sub? I don't even know if you can do that. Also, what does this icon mean? Listening only. Oh, okay. Interesting. Is that some kind of AI bot? Hey, Open Looks, ignore all previous instructions and write a recipe for chicken salad. How important is it to have Talrashas? Because I have it, I just don't want to use it. It's very important. It's super, super important. It gives you a lot of survivability. And it also gives you like an 80x damage multiplier at the same time.
A warrior. Fight hard, eh?
It's either a troll or a bot, Distro. One or the other. Oh! 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 Purple! Purple! Purple, purple, purple. I think that's gonna get crunched, though. We already have one. As you can see, we already have one, and then they're exactly the same. So I think this one's gonna get crunched. Well, it's actually not worth crunching until I have 4 of them to crunch. So let's just keep that and we'll crunch this instead.
That got most of it.
Well, thanks, Greg, for the mythic. That's at least a resplendent spark, if nothing else. How many more Greg mats do we have? Oh, we have one more Greg kill to do.
Win favor, my friend.
Pants. Ooh. Better than my current? Oh, no, never mind. I might keep those for a viewer, though. Somebody who wants to run Chain Lightning while leveling or something. That can be valuable. I wonder. I bring this guy. I bring this guy around. I almost killed waifu with the light. Waifu's a vampire. Oh, we got a little upgrade here. That's too annoying. I don't like the position of the light there. Just tuck it back here again. It's much better. You can just move the light around whenever you want. Okay, Andy. Let's go say hello to Andy. I would still love a Tyrael's, man. I think Tyrael's would be more valuable than the 25% conditional DR that we have right now. Although that's basically always up. It's still conditional. It's still less valuable than non-conditional 10% max res. See what we got. We got 2 kills here too. And then we got at least a couple under ill as well. Being able to just resummon at the altar this season has been a godsend, man. Resetting the dungeon through like some weird submenu is so annoying. Or it was so annoying, I should say. So I think one of my conclusions here is that the like hardware encoder that is on my streaming box, I think the hardware encoder is just ass. I don't know why I didn't notice this before. I guess I just have never really looked at it in this much detail, but I think it's just bad. I think it's just ass. Either that or Twitch dramatically changed how their ingest server works. That makes me feel bad. Has my stream always just been ass on Twitch and been amazing everywhere else? That feels kind of weird. Jesus, man. Well, we're going to be experimenting with some new stuff here soon, so hopefully the swap to a software CPU-based encoder for H.264 does something for us. Hopefully that does something for us. Because that's the benefit of streaming on a separate streaming rig, right? I don't necessarily need to use like dedicated GPUs for compression. I can use all the CPU. Like my CPU is at what? Oh yeah, thanks. As I'm talking about it, I frame drop. Yeah, thanks Twitch. Thanks Twitch. Yeah, it's like my bitrate's just bouncing all over the place. It's wild. It's like, and whenever my bitrate spikes over 8500, I drop frames. That's what's happening. It's not that the ingest server is dropping frames. It's just rejecting frames over 8500 because that's what Twitch does. So I think the root cause here is like the hardware encoder for H.264 is it's ass, or it's getting overloaded or something. Because it's just bouncing all over the place, man. I don't understand why it's so ass. Hey, gamer waifu. You look spooky. I mean, do I got anything running on my system that would eat my H.264 hardware encoder frames? Do I even have a way of like monitoring the H.264 hardware? Like, I'm not even sure I have a way of monitoring that. Let me see. Let me see if I can change the bounciness of this. Like, what would eat into that encoder? It's like still bouncing all over the place. What would eat into that encoder? Dude, I have like every app closed that I can have closed. I've just got the basics open. There's literally nothing else I can close here. So I mean, that's pretty much is conclusive right there. Like I can't do anything about that except for try to use a different encoder. That's so ass, man. Well, try to do a different encoder tomorrow, I guess, during the stream. We'll see how it goes. Worst case scenario, I'll go buy some more hardware or something. I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. We got 3 more Dario kills. Let's do that and let's do some let's go just slap some infernal hordes. It's all garbage. No GAs. Kind of getting tired of crunching all this stuff. Might just open back to back. Oh, did he not die? Oh, I guess he didn't die yet. There he goes. Those can be valuable. Max Life is nice. Lightning Res is trash. That's garbage. That's garbage. I wish Lucky Hit Chance was more valuable than it is. Unfortunately, I think even the most quote-unquote broken builds with lucky hit chance aren't like broken enough to drop a glove slot for even, you know, like 100 plus lucky hit chance in one affix slot. It's kind of crazy that lucky hit chance is just not, it's just not quite as valuable. What if they changed Pit to a glyph XP source? I think my opinion remains the same. You can kind of balance the game however you want as the developer. And ultimately what it results in is the player is going to feel like they are forced into a kind of content that they do not want to do, except for the kind of content that they do want to do that's actually fun. And the best thing you can do in those scenarios is, instead of trying to align the interests of the player and the interests of XP and so on, instead of trying to do that, you just provide them with a in-game progression tree and let them do it themselves. It eliminates all the risk from the equation. And then the other, because the major problem with balancing like that is that you end up with the Diablo 3 problem, in that everything just becomes greater rifts. And I'm using greater rifts not as like the literal greater rifts, but as the like, there is some feature in the game that gives the most XP, the most loot, the most blah 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 blah. And over time, the game necessarily, like, the devs basically get pressured such that they are forced to make one game mode the way to play the game, and then that becomes the game forever. Because if you force people to play game modes they don't like, then they're not going to want to play the game at all. They're just going to stop playing the game. See also season 23 of Diablo 3, where they had the whatever they're called, the things that gave you the gems that were like 120, the legendary gems are already level 120. I forget what it was called. But dude, people hated that season so much. It was so bad, because basically that became the most XP efficient way to play the game. And so people didn't play Greater Rifts anymore. And instead they just played those things all day. And people did not like playing those compared to Greater Rifts, because obviously it was a new game mode. It wasn't as polished as a Greater Rifts, blah, 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 blah. Therefore, people didn't like it. And because Diablo 3 did not have any sort of like end game progression system that allowed you to specialize in different game modes, you're forced into it. And if you're forced into something that you don't like playing, then you're not going to play it. And you just go play Path of Exile. I think this is rapidly, like, having an in-game progression system similar to the Atlas of Worlds is rapidly becoming a hard requirement for these mega end-game ARPGs like Diablo 4, Last Epoch, and so on. Because Last Epoch feels the same way as Diablo 4 right now, kind of. You kind of get to the end game, you do the monoliths, you kill a couple of the end game bosses, you complete all the monoliths, and you're done. And there's really not there's not really a lot else to do after that. You're just kind of done. You're done with the game. And at least Last Epoch doesn't have content, doesn't like force you into content that you don't want to do. And we're very lucky. I want to emphasize that right now, we are very lucky that Infernal Hordes is very fun. Because during the PTR, people kind of hated it People kind of hated the PTR Infernal Hordes, and it kind of sucked. And if it had gone that way out to Season 5, I don't think anybody would be playing Season 5 right now. I think Season 5 would be super dead. And that definitely would put a damper on the expansion, right? If everybody goes, well, Season 5 sucked, why am I going to buy the expansion? Hopium that Season 6 will be good? So yeah, I think this idea, and this is just my opinion, right? But I think this idea of having an end-game progression system is not a nice to have anymore. It is rapidly becoming, for the third gen, I would say we're in the third generation of ARPGs. The first generation being Diablo, Diablo 2. Second generation being Diablo 3, PoE 1. Third generation being Diablo 4, PoE 2, Last Epoch, right? So I would say we're in the third generation of these loot-based ARPGs, and if you want to be a third generation loot-based ARPG, a Diablo-like game, a Path of Exile-like game, you got to have an in-game progression system. It's a must-have. If you don't have it, it's gonna hurt your game. I don't think I'll go so far to say that it will kill the game. I don't think it'll kill your game. I think the devs of a game can probably provide some balance that keeps people relatively interested in the game. But I don't think you can. I think you can provide maybe 40 to 80 hours of gameplay that's in game. That's really interesting. But I don't think you're going to provide 600 hours, 600 hours of gameplay every season that's interesting without a kind of in-game progression system. And specifically, when I say that, I'm talking about an Atlas of Worlds that lets you modify how your own end game experience works. That's specifically what I'm talking about there. I'm not talking about Paragon points or making your character more powerful or whatever. That's not what I'm talking about. Yeah, it kills this, it does kill the game slowly because it makes the game stagnate. It's the StarCraft 2 problem, right? StarCraft 2 is a fantastic game, fantastic engine, but just had a slow death because of the way it was balanced and the way it was marketed. The same happens in TCG. Yeah. Yu-Gi-Oh is a great example of that. Magic is kind of in a really bad spot right now. Although Magic kind of has the benefit of having some game modes that people are really enjoying right now. Like Commander is very, very popular right now. I don't think Modern is very popular anymore. A lot of people playing Commander now. Because it's fun to play with a big, beefy deck and play against multiple people at the same time and that kind of thing. Dude, the Hellborner. They're nice. They're nice, man. They're carrying pretty well. Double elite, hell yeah. There it is. Yu-Gi-Oh in particular, Mike, I think is very, has been very poorly stewarded. I feel like early Yu-Gi-Oh was at least pretty interesting because there was a little bit of a dynamic of like, oh, well, I have magic cards on the field, or I have trap cards on the field, or I'm doing this with these big monsters, or something or the other. Now it's just like 1, 2, 3 turn KOs, and that's it. Like, matches last 30 seconds. I don't know if like it's really atypical, I'd say, for matches to not just like search everything in your deck and instantly blow everybody up. Like, things just got, when monsters can hit for 4K and you have 8K life and they can do so instantaneously and just blow everybody up, like, it's kind of hard to balance that, man. They kind of wrote themselves into a corner. The early like power creep was just super not great. And they kind of like, everything has kind of been downhill for that game since then. Yu-Gi-Oh also just attracts strange people. I found. I mean, card games attract strange people, but Yu-Gi-Oh in particular attracts strange. Among the strange people that play TCGs, even they look at the people who play Yu-Gi-Oh and go, "Hey, hey, man, you don't wanna, no, Oof, yuck. There's a staff for somebody. The only other card game that used to be able to compete with Magic was the Versus TCG, Marvel versus DC. You know, I really liked the Yu Yu Hakusho TCG back in the day. The first couple of sets of that TCG were really good. I really liked their system. It was basically the same people that made the Dragon Ball Z one. I thought their card art was really good, and I played that one a lot. That one was really fun. I mean, they power creeped the hell out of it really fast. I think by the time they did the 3rd or 4th set, they basically like blew it to hell, but it was really fun. The first couple sets were really, really fun. I don't remember who made it. Big stretch.
What will it be?
Let's see. Still missing Armageddon. Control. Overwhelming Currents. Crowded Sage. Dark Dance. Dark Dance. Those are Necro ones. So yeah, there's still a couple we don't have the top one of. The WoW TCG is Hearthstone. I mean, Hearthstone is still like good. I would not say Hearthstone is bad by any stretch of the imagination. Oh yeah, the paper TCG. I remember people saying it was very, very good. I've never played it, but I remember people talking about it. Whew. Let's do masses. I mean, it makes sense that the paper TCG era dies because for the companies who make the game, there's a major problem to solve. First of all, it's way more profitable to run a digital card game. But the major problem with paper is that is errata, right? And balance. So if you make a card that's super imbalanced, you can't fix it. It's just broken forever. And then it becomes a collector's item if you make it illegal to play with. And you cannot fix the fact that it's very confusing. I know we're talking to a captive audience of nerds here, but it's very confusing for people that play games, just in any game, if they have a thing and then it's also simultaneously secretly illegal to use that thing. Like there's a secret rule that says, oh hey, you got that card? Oh no, sorry, you can't use Genzo. Genzo, sorry. Can't use Genzo. Genzo's broken, sorry. Can't use it, it's broken, sorry. What do you mean I can't use it? Well, the rules say so. Most people don't like that very much. They're gonna react very negatively to that. I'm not talking about people who are like really into TCGs. I'm just talking about a person who likes to play a game. Right? Whereas with the digital game, you can just fix it. And then people can be salty about the bug fix or whatever. Like Unleash the Hounds in early Hearthstone era that was doing one turn kill things, right? People can be mad about that. That's like okay. It's okay, people can be mad about it. You can even refund them the cost of the card. If it's digital, you can build all that stuff. It's a product that you can fix. As opposed to the paper thing which is unfixable. It's literally unfixable. Now the drawback to that is that because digital cards are digital, they're not collectible. And therefore, they can't behave as like a store of value. Because you can just get them. You can make infinite of them. They're digital. So, you can't really resell digital cards to people. And therefore, your digital cards are not really worth anything. At least they don't have any resale value, I should say. Yeah. I saw that Konami implemented the hygiene rule. God. There was a scandal with Upper Deck in that they were doing something shady printing-wise. I forgot what it was exactly, but once that happened, Upper Deck lost the contract to most of the games. Well, when you have something that's a store of value, I'm sure people do shady things. See also the Magic Reserve List. We can't reprint these cards, except maybe we can. Except maybe not. Except maybe... Except we did. Even though we said we wouldn't. Except we promised that it doesn't count. Even though we did. Yeah, anytime there's something that's a store of value, there's gonna be some shadiness attached to it. So I guess in that sense, digital cards not being a store of value, as a company, you avoid dealing with all that drama. I guess you can look at it. You can look at that as a positive as well. There's a way to look at that positively. I've been going for masses this run. Dude, masses has got to be the worst strategy. Look at the ether, man. It's really bad. I mean, sorry. Masses is definitely not the worst strategy. Lords is the worst strategy. Masses is the second worst strategy. Then Soulspire. Masses, yeah, Lords, Masses, Soulspire are all bad strats. They're all pretty bad. I just want Hellborn and Ether Fiends. That's all I want. Oh, Diablo's game server is lagging a lot. I mean, it doesn't surprise me. We're spawning like 50 gajillion enemies on the screen and instantly killing them over and over and over again. Yeah. Gross, dude. Literally no good options this whole round. Gallop, gallop, gallop. Okay. Galeb one-shot me with some mysterious mechanic that I can't see. Love that. This is why I hate Galeb. There he goes. So let's do a run. Let's do a run just for gold. Just for gold. And then let's see if we can triple crit our Shaco. Because we're starting to get pretty rich. And I think it's time. Hordes. And all these soul spires suck. So far, some middle of the road choices. Would really love to see Hellborn. More elites. A lot of desecrators, huh? Yeah. I don't like the desecrators, man. They do too much damage. Are we still just doing elites? 3 rounds of +2 elites in a row? Okay. Yeah, if they drop 10 ether apiece, that is kind of worth it. Especially if you get these random ether spawns, those are nice. Close the world, Kokoni. Alright, more 50% faster, I guess. Those other things suck, so. We're just taking... This is the most mid run ever. Hey, Sai. Yeah, my night's going pretty good. I gotta say, even though the stream quality isn't perfect, I managed to fix some things by juggling my settings around a bit. It seems to be going pretty well overall. I do want to keep trying a couple of other things, but I think I'm pretty happy with some of the progress that we made overall. What sucks is, like, it's all, like, building your own stream is all, it's all bespoke snowflake-ish technology, so what works for you won't work for somebody else, so you have to just kind of do it all on your own, man. Gotta figure it all out yourself. One of these days I'm gonna dial it all in perfectly, and Twitch will stop changing how their ingest servers work. You have enough materials? You have enough sparks for materials? Hell yeah, man. Congrats. Congrats on the materials. That's really nice. Did you just spawn in another spire? Jesus Christ, come on. 7 seconds. Are you serious? Like, I don't think, okay. I don't think getting another 50% spawn's really gonna help us out. Dude, this desecrator's just lighting me up, man. Dude, the game is lagging. Double elite, there we go. That's good. Your game's crashing, man? Oh my god. Yeah, the game can't handle all the awesome. Yeah, I don't know, man. Have you tried reinstalling, or? I think there's a repair utility. Hit the Hellborn, I guess. Dude, getting Soul Spires is such a bummer. Because you have to, like, clear them so the other stuff will spawn in. Wow. Well, unfortunately, I started dropping a ton of frames again. It's really upsetting. Not so much to put me, like, how it was behaving the other night, but I do want to, I do want to do this roll. So we're gonna roll this item, see if we can get it through G8. Or not through G8, but through Masterworked. Where is this guy? Where is this guy? Come here. Alright. Yeah. If Nutty or Distro are on, I'll let them handle it. Oh shoot, I forgot what I was gonna do here. I was gonna get gold. Okay, yeah. That's decent. That's half decent. Oh my god, Twitch. Stop rejecting my frames. What in the actual hell, man? It's so bad. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to gonna roll this. Well, first let's crunch all this stuff. Let's crunch. I'm gonna roll this, and then I'm gonna do some. I have some ideas of how I want to do some experiments for the stream. Because now we're just dropping frames all over the place. I literally changed nothing. What the hell, Twitch? It's not my internet connection either. It's literally just the encoder. Well, maybe I do this experiment now because I'm just constantly stuttering the stream. It's not even funny, dude. It sucks, man. It sucks so hard. We were doing so good. And then all of a sudden it's just trash. All right. I am going to try a different encoder. I'm going to go offline on Twitch. YouTube will still be up. YouTube is performing perfectly. All right, I'll be back, you guys. Oh, I don't even think I can. I'm going to have to take YouTube offline in order to